sunshine when she's gone. Only dark.
World Vision is the world's largest international children's charity, working to bring real hope to millions of children by contributing to improve household resilience, protection, and sustained well-being of children, especially the most vulnerable in the world's hardest places. Uganda has the second youngest population in the world, with children making up 56% of the population, estimated at 34.6 million. Recognizing that violence against children is a global problem, World Vision Partnership decided on an all-inclusive 5-year End the Violence Against Children campaign called It Takes a World to End Violence Against Children.
It Takes a World campaign to stop child marriage and teenage pregnancy is drawn from the old African adage that it takes a village to bring up a child, meaning that for you to be able to bring up children that are wholesome, that are well disciplined, that can enjoy all the rights, but also live to exploit their potential, you need a lot of contributors.
This global campaign in Uganda, it was launched in 2017 with major focus on ending violence against children in schools, ending child sacrifice, and ending child marriage.
The campaign is a bold expression of the intent to promote human transformation by stopping acts like corporal punishment, improve hygiene, seek justice, and uphold the rights of children to be protected in areas such as child sacrifice and child marriage. Child sexual abuse and marriage remain the greatest development challenge Uganda faces, and it is increasingly becoming the most intergenerational dimension of poverty.
Baba bari nende mahono madidi baje babola batembwesa oluchola matebo ati tulasa wemao nendula niyo chero mashane indale njira natungire sente nabula ati adamu mbona ndamala matebo nemukanya mumala kurehana naye namala kutungire sente ngampona baba labende mamende senge nimala afunyana babola bati isome nimala njakosa mera saibanda hamu ndudaho samambe musawo.
So when you wait and you finish your education, then you can enjoy marriage. Marriage that is sanctioned by God, okay? When the It Takes a World campaign was launched in 2017, World Vision engaged cultural leaders. World Vision engaged the child protection committees and ensured they were empowered in several aspects of child protection. So I would like to know from you, what are some of the things you have done as cultural leaders, as faith leaders, as the children's committee? What things have you done in the community of Lunyo and Busime that has led to the reduction of cases of child marriage?
We've been carrying on sensitizations on youth on dangers and the importance of education, dangers of early marriage and the importance of education, as well as training also parents and caregivers on the importance of protecting their children, educating them, more especially girl child education, and even the boys.
As government, we came up with a strategy to stop child marriage and early pregnancy 2015-2020. 2020 is the tail end of this strategy plan. So we are initiating the process of review. And so the campaign by World Vision and others has been anchored within that strategy of 2015-2020.
Violence against children in schools refers to all acts of violence inflicted on children of school-going age 3 to 18 within the school setting.
Violence against children has been around in our schools even before COVID. We used to have physical violence, child battering, children being abused by parents and some relatives. We have had all these things happening in the district.
The forms of violence in schools mainly include physical violence, emotional and psychological violence, sexual violence and neglect, and negligent treatment.
Like in our school here, there's no any violation, but in other schools it is there. In other schools you may find teachers giving children corporal punishments. Absenteeism is there. Children are not attending very well. There is a lot of absenteeism because pupils are being beaten, are being given corporal punishments. Now when children are being given corporal punishment, they can't come to school.
It takes a while to end violence against children. That campaign was launched here, and before it was launched, actually, children were violated, starting from their homes up to school. You'll find these children at school, teachers caning them, giving them corporal punishments, bullying them, isolating them. Then another kind of violence which they experienced at school and around the schools around, they were sexually abused.
98% of the children 8 to 18 had experienced physical and emotional violence, 76% sexual violence, and 74% economic violence.
First of all, I would like to thank World Vision because before they came, we had higher levels of violence against children in schools, at home. But with their coming, we had interventions in the schools. We did a lot on VACIS, violence against children in schools. We had a lot of CPD for teachers. We trained them on the need for children's rights, why we need to protect our children, not treat them as if they are not human beings.
In the Ministry of Education and Sports, for instance, we have the gender in education policy. To operationalize that policy, we have a national strategic plan on elimination of violence. We have a national strategic plan on addressing issues affecting adolescent girls. And we have a number of guidelines to do that.
Child sacrifice is a form of ritual killing.
Now, the issue of child sacrifice in Buyikwe is an old problem. Buyikwe is known as the capital city of the capital of child sacrifice. The first cases of human sacrifice were recorded in Buyikwe.
The motive behind the killing of these children is mostly to get rich and is done by the perpetrator and witch doctor.
Tulina abafere bangi abeerimbise mu busawo bw'ekinnansi nga balimba abantu tibagaba obuki obugagga ekyo kya bulimba.
One of the problems that was identified that World Vision is addressing here in Buyikwe is child protection. And violence against children is a big, big problem, and that is one of the issues that the campaign came to address as a project. Buyikwe alone recorded 8 cases of child sacrifice in 2013. And the most recent cases were recorded in 2017. 2 cases, one in Kawolo and one in Buyikwe Rural.
Nze nalina omwana wange, mwana muwala, ali myaka 12, yali awambiddwa abakyala, zeesanga 11, omwana yali agenze ku kimante ku ttale, n'awambibwa abakyala abo. Yalina obwana obwabwe yali agenze kati bano boli bamuggyako ono ne babaggyako ono omukulumu, obutono babaga nti mugobe nti mugende batuuke nga babuuza nga tebamulabako, nga nti abakazi bamusanze ne bamuyita ne bagenda naye nga bo bano babawa swiiti, ne bamutwala ne bankubira essimu sayidi za Bogo. Bwe bankubira essimu n'empisizaawo ekirango nnyo mu bwangu, omukizinero kino ne bakifuna nga bakyatamba n'omwana. Omwana bafuna akasaka ne bamuteeka ne bamuwa soda mugamba tuula tugenda ku Kimawo tukutwala eri maama, kati bo ne badduka tebaddayo.
The situation of child sacrifice was high in 2016. Every week, almost every day, we had problems of child sacrifice. We registered 24 cases in 2016. Of the 24 cases, we managed to save 19 cases. The 5 were sacrificed.
This problem of child sacrifice is a widespread problem in our country. Uganda alone, when you look at the police report of 2015, over 80 cases of child sacrifice were recorded across the country. So it is the most extreme form of violence against children, where somebody intends to remove the body part of a child, and because they want to use it to address their own spiritual and economic problems.
Abantu abo bageze balirimbika nnyo bitundu byaffe okuva mu bitundu ebimu ne batandika okukola ebintu ebyokulaba nti badde bataddewo kisaddaka baana nga balimba abantu nti okusala omuntu bw'oza okola omuntu amagumba gakola obugagga ekitaliiyo. Lubaale waffe mu Buganda waffe, mu Uganda yaffe tebulimu kuyiwa musaayi gw'abantu.
Even though a lot has been done, child participation has been done, violence against children continues to happen. So we really need to fight in order to end violence against children. In 2019, I got a chance to go to Brussels to the European Parliament to speak about rights, how children's rights are managed in Uganda, whereby I got to meet different peoples. For example, I met the Queen of the Belgians, different members of the European Parliament, and I also got to know that children from different countries also face some of the problems that we are facing in Uganda. In Uganda, many children are too shy to speak out what affects them with the mature people. Though it's easy for them to share with the young leaders what affects them. So Like in the Children's Parliament, when we get the problems children are facing in their societies, we go on and discuss the problems in our parliament in form of debates, and then we get solutions for the problems. After that, we extend the problems to the adult committee like the Wiyukwe Local Council for action.
It Takes a While campaign has been very, very helpful in addressing this vice. So many interventions have been done. Awareness raising in the community through radio programs has been very instrumental, involving the local leaders, advocacy.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I have your attention, please? It's 10 minutes to 10 a.m. and we are going to start shortly. Our program shows that we should be starting at 9:45. And because of the rain, it has hampered a little bit of our programming. I want to request that we can go have a cup of coffee. We can use 10 or 15 minutes or less, and then we can kick off at exactly 10. So I want to welcome you officially, first with a cup of coffee. My name is Andrew Chamaganda. I'll be your host today. Let's be as free as we can, and if you're not having something to eat or drink, please let your mask be up. We should not keep our guard down. We're still fighting a pandemic. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, let's have some cup of coffee. 10 or 15 minutes, then we start officially. Thank you.
Working with other partner organizations and the district to ensure that there is a law against child sacrifice in Uganda.
With the World Vision and the district, of course, we decided that before we could engage the national government to put up a national law, the district where we have so many victims and the vice is being on, we should do some ordinance. And we are facilitated by World Vision. We tried to consult the communities, we consulted the parents, we consulted the agencies like education and the others on how to come up with this ordinance. We moved the step and we had the drafts made of this ordinance, and now as we talk, the ordinance has reached the level of the Solicitor General.
We looked at the Children's Act, as it were, and we thought it needed review. So we reviewed the Children's Act in 2016. Now we have the Children's Act Amendment of 2016 that provides the legal framework for us to anchor all what we have to do to ensure that children are protected, and all those who do things that can cause trouble to the children, they are taken to book.
World Vision Uganda has created a critical mass of various stakeholders, including government technocrats, both at national and district level, politicians at all levels, civil society organizations, community members, including children, cultural leaders, and faith leaders who are championing behavioral change towards child protection, especially through media platforms and council meetings.
You don't automatically become a parent by virtue of the fact that you made somebody pregnant. Parenting means caring, nurturing, and loving.
As faith leaders, and mostly as I am the chairperson of those faith leaders in Buyukwe, I've urged every congregation, every faith leader to use the pulpit every Sunday, every Friday, every Saturday to preach about child sacrifice, child protection.
We are still here. We have decided now to go back to the community level, and there is another approach we are using called the household cluster approach. Now we are engaging the parents, the community members at cluster level, so that because these incidences are in the community and the children are in the community, so we feel by using these cluster household heads, we can combat and reduce these instances of violence against children.
Currently, we have come up with guidelines on prevention and management of teenage pregnancies. So we think that we are not short of policies as a country, because even the ministry that is directly responsible for protecting children in this country has recently come up with a policy, the National Children's Policy 2020. And within that policy, you see that a lot of emphasis has been put around addressing violence against children.
We had the National Orphanage Policy of 2004. We thought that it was important to come up with a more holistic policy, hence the amendment or the review of the National Orphanage Policy of 2004 to come up with the National Child Policy 2020, which was launched on the 13th of October, the International Day of the Girl Child, at State House in Nakasero by the First Lady of the Republic of Uganda.
The engagements have been held in 50 districts, with World Vision's presence across the country, leaving a positive impact with reduced cases of early marriages, improved water hygiene, improved child education, and huge decrease in child violence, sacrifice, and early marriages.
World Vision has done advocacy and campaign awareness in the communities, sensitized the parents on how to take good care of their children, advise them to be home, stay safe, and do other activities that will keep them busy during this lockdown. And we also keep them busy in vocational skills training, whereby we train them on tailoring, hairdressing, and other activities. We also do monitor how the children are doing in their homes and within the community. We also engage the child protection committees and other community leaders to ensure that they advise, they advocate, they organize meetings and awareness questions within the community so that our children stay safe and don't get pregnant at the early stage.
We have seen a drastic decrease in the issues of child marriage because committees, children's committees that work in these communities have been strengthened through trainings. Children now know where to report cases. Children know to whom to go to seek guidance and counseling.
In the Children's Parliament, we are taught different skills, like skills of how to talk to people, self-defense, self-confidence. So through these skills, I've gained these skills whereby I can know what to do in case I find a child who's violated. I can know where to report, and then I've got a skill like I know how to speak to my fellow children. You know, as I told you that it's very easy for children to share their problems with their fellow children.
We have received so many cases reported at the Child Helpline, and I think for me that is a good response. People are coming in, they are calling us here, they are calling Ministry of Gender, they are calling the different service providers. So for us, I think when you say it takes a world, people are responding to that campaign. They know that they have a role to play.
It's the culture of silence that we are fighting, because child abuse, GBV, they are not private things, that these are our domestic issues. No, they are not. A child belongs to the state, and the state has a responsibility to contribute towards the protection of that child.
Even as a lot of work is still being done, World Vision's It Takes a World campaign has rendered assistance, relief, and solutions to keep on saving and upholding children's rights.
It Takes a World campaign has enabled World Vision Uganda to make a significant contribution to the protection of children. It has enabled the improvement in systems and structures that protect and prevent violence against children.
As World Vision, we have a second phase of this campaign. It is also 5 years from now, so this will be ending in 2025. And we want to build on the proven successes that we have gained within the previous phase. We have put in place or established key partnerships, and we want to make sure that they are more functional and engaging and intentional on the issues that are affecting children.
World Vision is the world's largest international children's charity, working to bring real hope to millions of children by contributing to improve household resilience, protection, and sustained well-being of children, especially the most vulnerable in the world's hardest places. Uganda has the second youngest population in the world, with children making up 56% of the population, estimated at 34.6 million. Recognizing that violence against children is a global problem, World Vision Partnership decided on an all-inclusive 5-year End the Violence Against Children campaign called It Takes a World to End Violence Against Children.
It Takes a World campaign to stop child marriage and teenage pregnancy is drawn from the old African adage that it takes a village to bring up a child. Meaning that for you to be able to bring up children that are wholesome, that are well disciplined, that can enjoy all the rights, but also live to exploit their potential, you need a lot of contributors.
This global campaign in Uganda, it was launched in 2017 with major focus on ending violence against children in schools, ending child sacrifice, and ending child marriage.
The campaign is a bold expression of the intent to promote human transformation by stopping acts like corporal punishment, improve hygiene, seek justice, and uphold the rights of children to be protected in areas such as child sacrifice and child marriage. Child sexual abuse and marriage remain the greatest development challenge Uganda faces, and it is increasingly becoming the most intergenerational dimension of poverty.
Baba bari nende mahono madidi baje babola batemboza oluchola matebo ati tulasa wemao nendula niyo chero mashane ndalenjira natongere sende nabola ati ada mbona ndamala matebo ne mukanya umala urehana naye namara hutongere sende ngampona baba labende mamende senge nimala afunyana babola batisome nimalanja akoza mera saibanda hamu nduda hosa mambe msa.
So when you wait and you finish your education, then you can enjoy marriage. Marriage that is sanctioned by God, okay? When the It Takes a World campaign was launched in 2017, World Vision engaged cultural leaders. World Vision engaged the child protection committees and ensured they were empowered in several aspects of child protection. So I would like to know from you, what are some of the things you have done as cultural leaders, as faith leaders, as the children's committee? What things have you done in the community of Lunyo and Busime that has led to the reduction of cases of child marriage?
We've been carrying on sensitizations on youth on dangers and the importance of education, dangers of early marriage and the importance of education, as well as training also parents and caregivers on the importance of protecting their children, educating them, more especially girl child education, and even the boys.
As government, we came up with a strategy to stop child marriage and early pregnancy 2015-2020. 2020 is the tail end of this strategic plan. So we are initiating the process of review. And so the campaign by World Vision and others has been anchored within that strategy of 2015-2020.
Violence against children in schools refers to all acts of violence inflicted on children of school-going age 3 to 18 within the school setting.
Violence against children has been around in our schools even before COVID. We used to have physical violence, child battering, children being abused by the parents and some relatives. We have had all these things happening in the district.
The forms of violence in schools mainly include physical violence, emotional and psychological violence, sexual violence and neglect, and negligent treatment.
Like in our school, here, there's no any violation. But in other schools, it is there. In other schools, you may find teachers giving children corporal punishments. Absenteeism is there. Children are not attending. Children are not attending very well. There is a lot of absenteeism because pupils are being beaten, are being given corporal punishments. Now when children are being given corporal punishment, they can't come to school.
It takes a while to end violence against children.
Okay, we are ready to start.
That campaign was launched here, and before it was launched, actually,
Ladies and gentlemen, I request to take our seats.
We are violated,
Can I have
starting
this
from
pause,
their
please?
homes up to school.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I request we take our seats and we start officially. It's 5 minutes past 10 a.m. We should get started. Like I said, you can get a cup of coffee, a cup of tea, and you rest with it on your table. It's a cold and wet morning, so we still need to tap into your positive energy at all levels, that we can have a very good conversation that is going to be in this venue. Once again, I'm Andrew Chamagero, and I'm very gratified to be here. It's very humbling to be a part of this conversation today. I'm passionate about the child, and I'm extremely passionate about the girl child. Today, we're going to have a conversation that is going to be extremely hinged on the launch of the World Vision Child Strategy 2021 to 2025. But to start this, ladies and gentlemen, allow me welcome Walda Namuiga to come and lead us in the national anthem. Let's give her a round of applause as she comes. We're starting this officially.
Thank you. Please, my fellow moderator, allow me to remove. Already it's removed. Okay. Protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen, morning. Thank you for coming. My name is Namuiga Walda. I'm 15 years old from Butambala district. I'm a child registered in World Vision. World Vision is a very good organization, and the reason why I'm here is because of World Vision. For sure, it needs a hand clap. I'm here to take you through in the national anthem, but before that, I'm so excited to see you, and I'm happy that you're here so that we can plan for the next 5 years. Thank you. And I know this strategy will help children so much. It will benefit children. So I'm happy, I'm very happy. I'm so excited. So I'm going to take you through in the national anthem and the East African anthem. Please stand up. So let's have the national anthem. Oh, Uganda. let's take the East African anthem. Mungu tomba ulinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Uzalendo pia mshikamano viwe msingi wa umoja wetu, na tulinde uhuru na amani, mila zetu na desturi zetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Viwandani na hata mashambani, tufanye kazi sote kwa makini, tujitole kuwalinda amani, tuijenge jumuiya bora. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. So thank you. You can have a seat. Thank you for coming. I'm so excited that you're here. You're very smart. Oh my God. For sure, you're very smart. Thank you for the work you've done. And thank you. I'm so happy. So enjoy. Let's enjoy the strategy. So thank you so much.
Round of applause again for Walder. That takes a strong lady. She didn't come alone today. With us, we have a honorable member of the Children's Parliament, Justice Barack Edwards. Let me welcome Edwards to take us in the next session. Edwards, round of applause for him as he comes.
Good morning to you all. I'm Justice Barack Edwards, a member of Children's Parliament in Busia District, but today I'm going to represent all the children in Uganda. But the main purpose that I've come here for is to attend this occasion and also represent those that have left home, those that are suffering, and those that need justice. But before we go any further, we should always put God first in everything we do. So I would like to welcome faith leader, Mr. Reverend Canon William Ojeng. Please, you're welcome. Come and lead us in a prayer so that we are blessed by God before we go any further. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Baraka, for welcoming me on this podium. Baraka, that is Swahili word means blessing. So you are blessed this morning, and everyone who is here. I'm standing here in this program because His Grace, the Archbishop of the Church of Uganda, the Most Reverend Stephen Samuel Kazimba, was invited to come and lead this session, but he could not because of a prior schedule, and he asked me to come and represent him. My name is Reverend Canon William Ongeng. I am serving at the province of Church of Uganda as the provincial secretary for the church. So I bring you greetings and love from His Grace, the Most Reverend Stephen Samuel Kazimba Mugalo, and Mama Margaret Kazimba, and they say they love you so much. Before I say a word of prayer for this important occasion and this workshop, which I believe is Christian, let me share with you a scripture which all of us, if you have your Bible, you would want to turn to that scripture, because for believers, that is our foundation. You will turn with me to Exodus chapter 2, verse 1 to 10. You have it on your phone, and I am going to read. Now, a man of the tribe of Levi married a Levite woman, and she became pregnant and gave birth to a son. When she saw that he was a fine child, she hid him for 3 months. But when she could not hide him any longer, she got a papyrus basket from him and for him and coated it with a tar and pitch. Then she placed the child in it and put it among the reeds along the bank of the Nile. His sister stood at a distance to see what would happen to him. When Pharaoh's daughter went down to the Nile to bathe, and her attendants were walking along the river bank, she saw the basket among the reeds and sent a female slave to get it. She opened it and saw the baby. He was crying, and she felt sorry for him. He's one of the Hebrew babies, she said. Then his sister asked Pharaoh's daughter, "Shall I go and get one of the Hebrew women to nurse the baby for you?" "Yes, go," she answered. So the girl went and got the baby's mother. Pharaoh's daughter said to her, "Take this baby and nurse him for me, and I will pay you." So the woman took the baby and nursed him. When the child grew older, she took him to Pharaoh's daughter, and he became her son. She named him Moses, saying, "I drew him out of the water." Anybody with the name Moses here? So if we have a Moses here, that is the meaning of your name. You are drawn from the waters. So I want to take this opportunity to thank God for this reading. This is a reading that shows to us the concern that people have for babies and children. So children are very important in our midst. Why? Because they are our future. And they are so precious. You can see how Baraka was jumping. I could not even now jump from there. But for him, when he's getting down, he's just jumping and he's giving us flavor in our setting here. So let me just draw your attention to this verse 9, which says, Pharaoh's daughter said to her, "Take this baby." Other versions say, "Take this boy," or "Take this child and nurse him for me, and I will pay you." So the woman took the baby and nursed him. And this was Moses' mother who was nursing him. So you can see the relationship between children and mothers. So mothers who are here, I applaud you, because you are like the beginning of life in every situation, in every culture. If your mother wants to strangle you, she can do it. If she wanted even to feed you on bad foods, she could do it. But because they love children, this is very important. So the next 5 years, World Vision will be for responsibilities of taking care of the 5.2 million children they are targeting directly, and also about 15 million they are targeting indirectly, of children who have indicated in this target which we are going to see this morning. We have responsibility to have equal intervention measures between both boys and girls. The Archbishop of the Church of Uganda always talks about boy child. There is a tendency that boy children are left unattended to. Why? Because of the cultural aspect of our growth. Because we always think that boys can grow. They can grow in the manner they are, but after these boys grow up, they will meet these girls who are attended to in their growth period and taught etiquettes of life, and they're living good lives. So imagine the positive meeting the negative. What will always happen? There is going to be a spark. So one of the reasons we are experiencing gender-based violence, child sacrifice, and all others is because the girls in their growth period, they are taught good things, how a family looks like. But the boys are left to grow because they are traditionally big, they are traditionally know what to do. So when they get these trained girls and the girls want to take them the way they were trained, there is always a clash. So World Vision, take care of that also, know about that. Don't only look at girl children so much with all that, but give opportunity also to the boy child. So that when the boy child grows up, they will also know the importance of taking care of life. We have seen these short videos which we are running here. A number of those children who were murdered, you will hear a man behind it. And why? Because he doesn't treasure life. But women do treasure life, although some of them are also because of the desires of the world, wanting to be people who are rich, wanting to be people with whatever. They think richness is got from human life. No, it is not from human life. It is through hard work. Do it, work, and do your work so that you will see. So the Church of Uganda theme for the story is giving every child an opportunity to grow and excel. That is what we are in the church. It is a call to the church and our partners like World Vision International, whom we are relating very well with, and we have ever had opportunity to work together, to offer both prayers and actions for protection, provision, and participation of every young person in our midst. We must give them opportunity of education. We must give them opportunity of child protection. We must give them opportunity of health and nutrition. And we must give them opportunity of resilience and livelihoods. This I have seen in the paper that World Vision has developed. So that means these areas are areas that will give a child an opportunity to do that. So lastly, there is a payment for it. You remember, and you heard about the daughter of the Pharaoh saying, you go and nurse this child for me, then I will pay you. So World Vision, you will also be paid. I don't know whether you're doing it pro bono. All of you who are working with World Vision seated here, are you doing it pro bono? You will be paid for it. So if you do it well, you will also be paid. So the next 5 years, you are sure of your payment. So do it well, so that this child may grow up to remember that there was somebody who helped me grow up the way I am, because there is something is there. So for you, there is double pay here and also in heaven. So do it well. I want to pray for 3 items. One, I want to pray for success of the 5-year strategy. Secondly, I want to pray for the people who will unpack this strategy to the community so that it can be accepted. Then finally, I want to pray for the beneficiaries who are the children, the families that we can do. Then we kick off our stay here. So can you bow your heads together with me and we all pray for this program. Father in heaven, we thank you so much for the 5-year strategy plan that has been put before us, which will be launched today. We are praying for your leadership in this program. We are praying for your love in this program. We are praying for your joy in this program. And we are praying that this program will be a success so that whoever will interact with this program will stand up to say, Lord, I thank you for this program. We also want to pray for the people who will unpack this program, the staff at World Vision here, seated, and also give them the understanding, give them the knowledge so that when they unpack this to the community, it will be accepted because God, you are our leader in this. We also want to pray for the beneficiaries, the children, wherever they are in the districts that have been mentioned and the districts that will benefit from this, that God, you will be with them. You will help them to understand that you have come to support them, so that they may also have the willingness to be taught in whatever to do, in the livelihoods, in education, in every aspect of life. So as we begin this program this morning to unpack this from here, Lord, I pray that your leading is very important, your love is very important, your leadership here is very important, and everyone who is going to speak must speak to know that, Lord, you are the one who gives us all this. This is our prayer this morning as we begin this program. In the name of God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's it. Let's give our Reverend a round of applause again. In our midst, I want to recognize the presence of our distinguished guests. First of all, I want to send great thanks to all our partners, sponsors, and donors to World Vision, believing in the works and the vision that World Vision Uganda has. We want to thank you so much. With us, we have Mr. Kazungu D. Apollo, the Commissioner from the Office of the Prime Minister. Welcome so much, sir. We have Mase Sunday. Let's give them a round of applause. They're here with us. We have Daniel Mwanje. This is the Child Program Development Initiative. Mr. Mwanje, thanks for coming. We have Joel Lukongwa, the Principal Officer Gender from the Uganda Kingdom. Thank you so much. We have Engineer Joseph Egatu. This is the Acting Director, Minister of Water and Environment. With us still, we have the Reverend Canon William Ongang, representing His Grace, the Archbishop of Church of Uganda. We have Georgina Nakawombu from the Office of the Prime Minister as well. Board members from the World Vision, thank you so much for being a part of this great conversation. Then we have Damon Wamara, the Executive Director, Uganda Child Rights NGO Network. Still with us, we have Ahura Michael, Relationships Manager, Absa Bank. Thanks for coming. Absa says that is the Africanacity. That's a great campaign you have there. We have the Right Honorable Prime Minister Andrew Byakutaga from Bunyoro Kitara Kingdom. You're so much welcome, sir. We should give him a round of applause. He's from the oil corridor. We are coming very soon there. Then we have Luondo Johnson, the Executive Director, AIM Uganda. Thank you so much for coming. We have Mr. Apollo Gabazira, the Country Director, CARE Uganda. National Director, Scripture Union Uganda, the National Director. Good to see you. I grew up in the Scripture Union when I was in Mwiri, so I know what that means. We have the Minister of Agriculture representative. We have Freddie Kabango, the Assistant Commissioner from Minister of Agriculture. Thank you so much for coming. We have part of our partners. We have Don from Sanlam, Uganda. Thank you so much for coming, Don. Then we have the UNDP representative with us today. Give them a round of applause, UNDP. So ladies and gentlemen, this conversation is about children, and I want to welcome those following this conversation on Zoom. If you want to tweet, the hashtag is WV, that is World Vision Uganda Strategy, and the other hashtag is Partnership for Impact, and the other hashtag is We Are World Vision. So those tweeting at the different platforms, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, maybe LinkedIn and whatsoever, that should be the hashtag. Today, it's about the children, and I would like to, can I have Barack and Walder just for a minute? Barack and Walder, they sit in the Children's Parliament, and this is the strategy about them. It's entirely about them, and they're officially going to welcome us for this occasion. So this is Barack. I want to tap what Barack thinks. Barack, the time you've been at home, what do you make of your community? What is the situation like of the children in your area?
Okay, at home, around home, my community, those I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe not in mind, but at least I can see.
What do you see?
The children, because of the fact that they are still at home and not in schools, children are being violated in different ways. I've seen children in gold mines, which is risky and not good to their health.
There is a gold mine in your place?
And yeah, there is a very active gold mine around the area, and children are getting engaged. There is a lot of child marriage going on, child labor, and yeah, children are being exploited.
Wow, very absurd. This is from his community. Barack, for records, where do you come from? What area do you come from?
From Busia district, and since it is a border district with Kenya, there is also child trafficking.
Wow. That is what is in his community. Walter, what is in your community? What do you make of your community? It's on, yes.
For us at my community, at Lukalu, Lukalu, you see many problems in our community because children drop out of schools. You know, there's a certain girl, she dropped out of school. I asked her, what's the reason? She told me that I'm grown up. Imagine, I'm grown up. For me, even my fellow children will laugh at me. Even we were in the same class, He was my classmate. I looked at her. I felt sorry for her. Because it was a very miserable story. That for me, I feel I'm grown up. My fellow children will laugh at me.
Are the leaders doing enough in your area to address these issues?
Yeah, the leaders are doing enough in our community, even World Vision. World Vision has done enough work in our community. Please, can you give it a hand clap? The other thing, you see children dropping out of schools, mainly girls. This is a senior 4 girl. She got married in this lockdown. Can you imagine? She got married because the parents were poor. They had no school fees for their child. They had no school requirements. So they decided to take their child for marriage. That's child labor, for sure.
It's very absurd. These are part of the issues we're going to be addressing today. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause to Barack and Walder again. And these are issues that are in their communities, and we need to address them. Now, given that it's a strategy launch for the children, I think they can welcome us officially. You can use the mic as well. You can use that. Walder, can
Imagine a world where there will be peace, joy, justice for children. Imagine a world where child labor will be no more, where parents will live in a peaceful way with their children. And I hope that is the world we are going to get. And I still have faith that it's not too late. Even for those the children who have got married, they can still go back to school. It's never too late for parents to stop mistreating their children. It's never too late for the world to change. And I hope it will take a world to change, to end violence against children, whereby children will have joy and will be in peace. That's why I want to welcome you to this occasion, which says World Vision Uganda 2021 to 2025 strategy launch. This is a launch that is going to change the world, Uganda. And we hope in the next 5 years, children will be in school. Child marriage will be no more, and violence will end against children. So you're welcome, and thanks for the support.
Round of applause to them. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let's give them a round of applause. That is very deep. Thank you so much, Barak. Barak comes from the Children's Parliament. I see a leader in the making coming through. World Vision, you've done a tremendous job for having this young generation well nurtured. Now, to start off this conversation, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to have a Child's Parliament clip. This is going to give us an oversight of what the children are thinking with their issues. Let's have the Children's Parliament.
I'm Teopista, a proud founding member of Children's Parliament. I've been part of Children's Parliament for 5 years now. I present views of my school and other children in the community. I am grateful to World Vision for giving us a platform where views and concerns are listened to and addressed. As I grew up, I saw many children facing child labor by their parents, especially in weeding and harvesting sugarcane, because it is the main cash crop in the community. And that's why I joined the Children's Parliament, because of the wounds I had on my heart due to what my friends, brothers and sisters were facing, and I said I can end that. In the Children's Parliament, this is how we do things. We move village to village, seeking for children who are denied their needs, and talk to them, and afterwards we take the results to the adult council. We ask for help, or they put an ordinance so that we can end child abuse.
The ordinances we as the Children's Parliament decide on are taken to the adult council and they are passed. And this is as a result of the support from World Vision. Recently, before the lockdown, we sat as the Children's Parliament and we formulated a bylaw at the sub-county level, which was aiming at ending child labor in Vison district. This bylaw was taken to the district and the adult council passed it.
Before the Children's Parliament, this was so hard for children to know their rights, because there was no sensitization to both parents and children. Parents were not respecting the children's rights, and also children were not knowing where to report in case of child abuse.
We have obtained several skills, for example, the communication skills. That's why we are able to express our concerns with a lot of confidence and self-esteem. We have also been able to receive the decision-making skills. In this, we are able to decide on what is good and what is bad. We are able to really say no to the perpetrators who want to violate our rights. Another achievement that we as the children have received is that the Children's Parliament in Catastrophe with World Vision has started up several campaigns that are aimed at eliminating child abuse in Vison district. One of the campaigns that we have started up is It Takes the World campaign. In this campaign, we raised our voices, calling upon the different categories of people and all stakeholders to come on board to ensure that we completely eliminate child abuse in Wikwe district and in Uganda at large. Another campaign that we started was the Amber Alert campaign. This campaign was aimed at eliminating child sacrifice, which was at a high rate in Wikwe district.
We appreciate World Vision for supporting children in my community because Wikwe district had many cases of child sacrifice, but which has reduced now, making children feel safe and protected.
We are aware that some of our parents are not aware of these ordinances that we enact as the Children's Parliament. Some of our parents are not aware of the children's rights. Some of our fellow children are also not aware of their rights. So that's why we see that there is need for advocacy and awareness raising. There is need for us to go on board and really teach our fellow children, sensitize the parents, and also other stakeholders on the children's rights.
We children are happy and grateful to World Vision because of giving us a platform, and still need it so that we can change that little child abuse that is still there in the community.
Indeed, we need to join hands to end violence against children. I would like to welcome the World Vision Uganda National Director. Please give a hand clap as he comes.
Wow, what a great start to the event today. And I feel a little vulnerable here, standing here, having to speak after hearing such fantastic testimonies from the children. And but let me give it a go. Our chief guest, the Right Honourable Prime Minister in absentia, government officials representing their various line ministries, UN colleagues, development partner representatives, faith leaders, partners and stakeholders, and the children who are the pivot to all that we do. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us today for the launch of the 2021-2025 World Vision Uganda National Strategy. Whether you are physically here in the auditorium or joining us virtually online, I want to warmly welcome you to today's event. Someone once said, and I looked and I couldn't quite find out who, life is better when you're happy, but life is at its best when others are happy because of you. In our 35-year journey in Uganda, as an organization and individual staff, we have experienced the intense joy of transforming vulnerable children's life stories. It's something that we've been passionate about since the beginning, and that passion still burns bright today. Before we go into sharing our new strategy, let me first present a few milestones that have given us great joy from our 2016 to 2020 strategy implementation journey. Through our health program, over 60,000 children have received full immunization by age 1. 12,000 children were rehabilitated from severe malnutrition. Through our Resilience and Livelihood program, 100,000 farmers have been supported to adopt improved technologies and farming techniques to strengthen production of sufficient nutritious food for their families. Over 70,000 households have been able to access improved seed and planting materials, And 16,000 farmers received improved animal breeds. Over 40,000 farmers were supported to utilize agro-processing technologies and equipment. Currently, there are 3,370 World Vision initiated savings groups operating across the country, with 68% of the members being female. These have benefited close to 750,000 children. Under our education program, we have focused on improving the enrollment into early learning in the communities we serve. In 2016, only 26% of children were enrolled, but by 2020, the number had increased to 42%. We actively recognize the role of parents and caregivers in a child's education. 60% of parents and caregivers in the communities we serve now promote reading readiness at home. This factor has enabled us to seamlessly facilitate home learning in communities amidst the ongoing coronavirus pandemic-related school closures. An initiative to develop 267 child development and participation centres in the communities we operate has empowered over 130,000 children with age-appropriate life skills. In 2016, World Vision launched a child protection campaign by the name It Takes a World to End Violence Against Children, or simply, It Takes a World. Over time, we've seen a whole group of partners actively join the campaign constituency, and together we have managed to register a number of advocacy successes that potentially benefit all Ugandan children, not least the recent assent of the Child Sacrifice Bill. World Vision would not have made such great strides under the previous strategy had it not been for the strong support and active collaboration of our partners, like you here today. Thank you. Today, we are delighted to be launching our 2021 to 2025 national strategy, which will focus on sustaining the gains attained over the previous strategy and scaling them to reach 5 million of Uganda's most vulnerable children. This new strategy has been carefully designed to address a number of major contextual challenges facing vulnerable communities across Uganda today. The looming threat of climate change and environmental degradation, the significant impact of refugee populations situated across parts of the country, and the levels of extreme poverty that in turn lead to a range of social challenges within communities and households. This new strategy is built upon World Vision International's global strategy, known as Our Promise, in order to bring about the sustained well-being of the most vulnerable children across the globe. It is also closely aligned to the Uganda National Development Plan 3 and the UN Sustainable Development Goals. It aims to address the most critical humanitarian needs, long-term sustainable development solutions, as well as raise issues of justice for vulnerable children. As an organisation that works to ensure children live life to its fullness, we will collaborate to strengthen health systems in order to improve maternal and child health services. The strategy will also continue to facilitate effective and inclusive learning processes at a community level. The promotion of digital learning will be at the center of many of our education programs. Children in Uganda continue to face grave protection risks, severe forms of exploitation, and violence from families and communities. Our strategy for increased child protection is enshrined in our It Takes a World to End Violence Against Children campaign. We will continue to work with all the stakeholders to ensure that there are adequate laws, policies, and systems in place and enforced to protect children against all forms of violence. Our strategy will work to ensure households have sufficient, sustainable income to meet their basic needs. This will be done in close collaboration with our sister organisation, Vision Fund, which works to provide affordable microfinance services in the communities that we serve. To deliver this strategy, we recognise the need to resource it with adequate funding and capable staff performing at optimal levels. This will necessitate us prioritising operational excellence, learning and growth, and dynamic fundraising, including from local constituencies. We will sustain our energy levels as we see supporters, partners, and staff join forces with communities to help children enjoy good health, be educated for life, experience the love of God and their neighbours, and be cared for and protected. With your support and collaboration, we take this bold step to go further than we ever imagined in touching more children's lives. I started with a quote, so allow me to end with one. The famed authoress Jude Bloom once quoted, "Our fingerprints do not fade from the lives that we touch." Let me invite you to partner with us as we seek to transform children's lives across this great nation. Thank you.
Those on Zoom, I could see your emojis of clapping, and I want to thank you so much. We're still streaming live wherever you're watching from. I really want to thank you. Thank you so much, Director. You alluded to a couple of things that are very, very pertinent about the entire vision of children. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to recognize the presence of the State Minister for Youth and Children Affairs, Honorable Nyarabi Nyarabats Sarah Mateke. A round of applause for her. She's here with us. You're so much welcome. And we believe that this will plug into the national agenda. Please just note, those following this conversation, that the World Vision Children's Strategy is directly proportional to the national strategy of children, and it plugs in well even when we go to the parish model that was just rolled out a few months ago. Going forward, ladies and gentlemen, allow me now welcome the regional leader. This is Stephen Omolo. He's going to be addressing us via Zoom. Mr. Omolo.
Thank you very much, moderator. And I'm just wondering if you can hear me loud and clear.
Yes, you're loud and clear.
Trying to project my video, but unfortunately, I'm shown here that I can't start the video because the host has stopped it. So
I'm sure
if the host is able to show my video, I'll be grateful. But if not, because of technology, I'm happy to continue as it is now.
Just a minute, Mr. Molo. Let's try to see if the host can activate that.
Thank you indeed.
Okay, there you are. Perfect.
Yeah,
Carry on.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think it was very important that as I interact with you, that you get to know me, and for those who are not familiar with my face. So thank you very much indeed, moderator. It gives me great pleasure to join you this morning from Nairobi at the official launch of the strategic plan for World Vision Uganda. I just want to recognize the presence of all our supporters, those who are attending virtually, but those also who are physically with you there, and importantly, the children during this launch. And I just recognize the presence of the State Minister for Youth and Children Affairs, government officials are present today, the UN colleagues who are present there, NGOs, civil society, faith leaders, the church, and all the supporters who are gathered there today. I'm truly, truly grateful. Ladies and gentlemen, the plan whose launch we are witnessing today, obviously, as Jason, the national director, has shared with us, defines the direction that World Vision Uganda, together with our partners, will take in the next 4 years. It is gratifying to note that World Vision Uganda involved all the stakeholders in the development of this plan, but importantly, the children were at the center stage of this engagement. So with this level of consultation, I'm positive that the plan will play an important role in the realization of our promise to the children of Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen, your presence here today is a demonstration of your keen interest in the work that we do, not only in World Vision, but broadly the NGO and civil society work in Uganda. So allow me to bring you greetings of our President and CEO, Andrew Morley, whom I'm representing here today. So today, we are putting everybody's fingerprint on the blueprint. That is our strategy, to lift millions of children in Uganda out of poverty. This next phase of our journey is inspired by our vision and brand promise, which is a call to improve child well-being. We are fully aligned with the SDGs and the government strategic framework, the National Development Plan of Vision 2040, a transformed Ugandan society from a peasant to a modern and prosperous country within the next 30 years. We want to make a meaningful contribution to attain that. Our focus is on helping the most vulnerable children overcome poverty and experience life in all its fullness. We help children from all backgrounds, even in the most dangerous of spaces, inspired by our Christian faith. Ladies and gentlemen, since 1986, born out of Luero Triangle, World Vision has turned down the volume of self-doubt and turned up the volume of self-belief and faith in the people of Uganda and the aspirations, working with the communities, donors, partners, the church, all other stakeholders to create opportunities for better futures for children in Uganda. So the National Director has shared with us the strategy outline, its investment scope, and our promise to the children of Uganda. However, I must tell you that World Vision investment in Uganda is going to grow bigger and bigger because of our focus for children. Our promise is to accompany children wherever they are, even in the most fragile pockets in the country. We are responsible, along with others, some present here today and others probably not, but we are working together in a coalition with partners to ensure that we accompany the children, ensuring that they thrive and their futures are filled with hope and well-being. That is our promise to the children of Uganda. So we serve alongside the poor and oppressed as a demonstration of God's unconditional love for all people. So World Vision will serve everyone regardless of religion, race, ethnicity, or gender. We will strive to ensure gender equity and inclusion in Uganda in the work that we do. We will continue to work with faith leaders, faith institutions, the church, to strengthen our partnerships that impact the lives of the young people. And I picked very clearly when our faith leader was talking in the beginning when he was giving his prayer about our ambition not to leave the boy child behind. Well, I want to promise you today that our work in lifting children and giving them life in all its fullness is for the boys and girls without discrimination. So we'll continue to accompany the communities to set their own aspirations and equip them so that the gains attained are sustained. So I call this communityship. When we reach critical mass where communities take center stage and determine their own development and advancement. Well, others may call it localization, depending on how you want to frame it. So ladies and gentlemen, we see that most people share common values of compassion, love, mercy, and are willing to partner in changing children's lives. We ignite and join movements of child well-being, mobilizing all people, including donors and supporters, Christians, and all other faith leaders, as well as secular institutions and government actors. Very pleasing when the moderator was sharing the guest list to see the number of government supporters from different line ministries present here today. But not only their presence, I know that they have been accompanying us in the work that we do, including our partners in the UN system, and happy to know that the UNDP representative is present with you there today. Great job in terms of our partnership together. Therefore, the success of this plan is anchored in strengthening existing coalitions of partners and building new ones, including reaching out to the private sector in Uganda. Now, so with this strategy, we look forward to a world where every child experiences life in all its fullness. That's the first one. Second, where children are protected, cared for, and given endless opportunities to become all God means to them. And really, really gratifying to hear Baraka, Wilder, and the children parliamentarians really, really showing us that the future lies in their hands. And that future begins today with all of us. And number three, a strategy where children grow strong in communities and where they determine the policy space, where they sit at the table for where the decisions are made, and we are demonstrating that even with this strategy today, and where families are valued, and where the society come together as one, living in a safer world and in an environment free of conflict. And fourth, where they become responsible citizens of Uganda, and where peace and justice reign and all have their freedoms and rights respected. So as I conclude, because mine was just very few remarks to bring you the greetings here and to acknowledge the tremendous work that you are doing in lifting children, accompanying children in Uganda. So as I conclude, I wish to echo the clarion call by the President of the Republic of Uganda, His Excellency Yoweri Museveni, during the launch of the National Development Plan, where he called upon all leaders, all of us seated here today and those attending virtually, and other leaders within the broader society of Uganda, policymakers and implementers, to have the right attitude, ideological orientation, and patriotism for effective and efficient service delivery and support implementation of all the plans that will contribute to this government framework to ensure that Uganda is not left behind in the attainment of the strategic sustainable development goals. Now, I want to add that in order for us to do that, I want to commit that as World Vision will remain accountable, transparent in our service delivery, and we promise to report back to the children how we are making progress and how we are utilizing the resources that we have been endowed with, and to the stakeholders and the supporters and donors that the promise is fulfilled. So I thank you and I count on your support as we launch this strategy, and let us be able to act today for the sake of a future that perhaps you may not be part of, but we're acting today all the same. Thank you very much, and have a beautiful launch of the strategy. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Stephen Omolo on the other side of Nairobi. That means a lot. Just to bring you to speed, World Vision has been in position to participate actively and execute these SDGs. SDG 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 13, 16, and 17. It means a lot when we're talking about children, and in the room we have the Prime Minister from the Bunyoro Kitara, and we have a minister from the Buganda Kingdom. As culture leaders, I understand that this is very pertinent in the kingdoms. It's a conversation we need to push further. That said, ladies and gentlemen, allow me again now to have a video about the refugee response operations. I spent a month in the Bidibidi camp, trying to understand how World Vision operates as a journalist, and I was overwhelmed by the work World Vision does. The round of applause for the team with the refugee response. That said, let's have a look at the refugee response clip, and then we'll make the context to the conversation.
The overall goal of the World Vision Uganda country strategy is to contribute to the increased and sustained well-being of children, especially the most vulnerable. And this strategy has 4 strategic objectives. The first one is to lead to an increase in the number of children who experience positive and peaceful relationships with family and their communities. The second one is to increase the number of children who are well nourished, while the third is to increase the number of children who are protected from infection and disease. Finally, the strategy aims to increase the number of primary school children who can read. The Refugee Response Program is very well aligned to this strategy and is contributing to all the 4 strategic objectives. For us to achieve this alignment, we had to make a very bold and significant steps, linking the humanitarian response program that had been going on since 2014 with longer-term development and peace building. This is what is normally known as achieving the nexus or the triple nexus. What this means is that while the program will continue providing immediate and life-saving interventions for most vulnerable people, such as refugees who are newly arriving and others who are still very much vulnerable, it would move on to build resilience and self-reliance of this community while also ensuring that there is social cohesion. So for us to be able to achieve this and to contribute significantly to the strategy, we are embracing a number of strategies. The first one is to establish strong partnerships. These are partnerships with the government, who are really the duty bearers, partnerships with UN agencies, partnerships with non-governmental organizations, partnerships with local organizations, private sector, financial institutions, micro-enterprises, and one of the significant partnerships we've had so far is with Vision Fund. And this is already enabling communities that are linked to them, who are mainly in saving groups, enhance their income. We'll continue also to do more longer-term, to establish more longer-term development programs that are nexus-based and that will ensure that they are really based on in-depth assessments that will address the root vulnerabilities of these communities. We'll continue with community capacity building, using different approaches and really ensuring that these communities are able to be at the front line of building their own development and sustaining whatever impact these projects are going to bring on board. So we are doing different interventions. Some are mindset changing, something like training them on their worldview. Opens up their minds, they are able to realize the much potential that is within them, and even the things that are within their environment that they can use to develop their community. Others, such as skilling, we skill youths, we skill women, and these are skills that help them to make an income. This is an investment into the future, that even like for refugees, when they go back to their country, they're able to utilize these skills to make a living. We are delighted and very refreshed by having this new strategy, and we really know that it is going to make a very meaningful contribution to the lives of the most vulnerable children in the West Nile region of this country. Thank you.
It seems I don't need any other introduction. Yeah? You already know me. Yeah? You know, this strategy, it's mainly for children, so don't get used when you see me here. So, you know, before this strategy, also with children, we were consulted to come. So, in that matter, allow me to welcome the World Vision Uganda Board Chair. You're welcome.
Chief guest, the Right Honorable Prime Minister in absentia, the State Minister for Youth and Children Affairs, Honorable Sarah Mateka, cultural leaders here present, church leaders, government officials representing various line ministries, delegates from the UN agencies, development partners from various agencies and governments represented here, the children who are the pivot of everything we do, World Vision partners and all stakeholders in your respective capacities, my colleagues, the Board of Directors of World Vision Uganda, management, staff, volunteers who serve our heroes, the children, ladies and gentlemen physically here, as well as the community that is online who are joining us. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. On behalf of the Board of Directors for World Vision Uganda, I have the honor of welcoming you to the 2021 to 2025 strategy launch. This is not just a launch, but also a collection of experiences over a period of 35 years, during which time World Vision Uganda has served communities all over the country. Our programs have mostly benefited the children with the hope that they will have a better tomorrow. As we come to this milestone occasion, I think back to the great scientist, Albert Einstein. He advised that we should learn from yesterday, live for today, and hope for tomorrow. The children standing here, you could see that they want to own their future. They want to be the catalysts of the change they want to see in their communities. And we are all called upon to support them. This is their vision. We are going to leave the world to them. So the question we have to ask ourselves is, what is the world we are going to leave to them to inherit? What will it look like? Will we have given them a chance to be the very best they can be? This is something we need to ponder upon. As the board, we have worked closely with the leadership of World Vision Uganda, guiding on the strategy development process. And like the children have testified, we did invite them to some of these forums for them to tell us what it is they would like us to do for them. Because it is very easy to sit in a boardroom and think that your aspirations at whatever age you are going to be the same aspirations of a child, which is never the case. So knowing that we are supposed to serve the children, we invited them, and they did tell us. And some of the challenges they are sharing today, they did share with us. And of course, at this point, we cannot say we have all the answers, but like earlier, we have all committed to learning as we go along. I would like to appreciate the reflections, the consultations undertaken to evaluate previous models and interventions in the spirit of improving them to reach more vulnerable communities in the children, more vulnerable communities in Uganda. Needless to say, the pandemic has changed the landscape. And because of that, we need to recognize that what used to work maybe some years back will not work for us today and may not work in the future. And therefore, we need to be flexible, we need to be dynamic, we need to acknowledge that learning is part of the job. Today we are sharing a statement of our readiness to deepen commitment to serve the most vulnerable children in Uganda. Now, World Vision is a unique organization. It is an international organization which has localized its structures and operations to serve communities more effectively. World Vision leverages global networks and expertise to transform hard-to-reach communities in Uganda. It is governed by an 11-member indigenous board of directors working with over 2,000 Ugandans to serve vulnerable children and their communities. It is truly a globalized organization. So why should we focus on the children? A number of surveys have been conducted, and the issues facing the children of Uganda today are alarming. These issues have informed these strategies. Of the 18 to 24-year-old Ugandans, 1 in 3 girls, this is 35%, and 1 in 6 boys, this is 17%, reported experiencing sexual violence during their childhood. The most alarming thing about these statistics is that these acts of violation are perpetrated by people within the communities, sometimes even the homes in which the children live. Nearly 1/2 of girls, that is 45.3%, and boys 48.5%, experienced physical violence by a parent, an adult caregiver, or other adult relative. A total of 14,134 cases of defilement were reported in 2022, up from 13,613 cases in 2019. Our representatives here earlier told us when they were asked what is going on in their community. The young lady mentioned the girls who are getting married. And here we are looking at these statistics. But the key question is, what are the underlying causes? And unless we address the underlying causes, we shall continue seeing these statistics going up. She mentioned something to do with poverty. If the parents feel they don't have money, then there is no need for this child to continue their education. The more logical solution for them is to give up these children in marriage. During the pandemic, there were quite a number of cases reported concerning domestic violence. But if you looked closely at these cases, it would still go back to poverty. If somebody doesn't have money, they take it out on the child. Why? Because the child is asking for food. They take it out on the women. Why? Because the women are asking for what to use in the home. So these are the issues that we are dealing with. And the problems are much bigger than World Vision. We can only do our part, but the partners need to come on board to support us on this journey. The Ministry of Health reports show that 25% of Ugandan teenagers become pregnant by age of 19, with almost half of them married before their 18th birthday. At least 1 in 10 girls are married before they are 15. This is projected to increase to 28% because of COVID-19, school closures, and the aftershocks. This is the challenge we are dealing with. A child getting married at 18 means they don't even have any skills. So, and soon they'll be having children. So we need to break the cycle of poverty. If this child gives birth to a child and they don't have skills, it means that this child will also not have an opportunity. And the cycle will repeat itself. So if we are to achieve our vision 2040 for Uganda, we need to closely look at how we break the cycle of poverty. Ladies and gentlemen, one pillar of this strategy is it takes a world to end violence against children. World Vision will continue collaborating to address violence against children. If we look at health, nutrition, education, and livelihoods, 1 in 3 young children in Uganda are malnourished. We still lose more than 300 mothers for every 100,000 in childbirth. A report by the National Assessment of Progress in Education indicates that 2 out of 5 children in primary 6 cannot read a primary 6 story. 7 out of 10 children in primary 3 cannot read a primary 3 story. Only 3 out of 10 children who start the first year of primary education reach the final year of primary education. Meaning, if you look at the statistics at the beginning and then you look at the number of children who are graduating at primary 7, you will ask yourself, where are the rest? If you start off with 1 million children, you're going to end up with only a small percentage at the point by the time we get to primary 7. This is an issue of concern. We must all work to reverse the dire situation which has already gotten worse with the pandemic. Over 15 million learners enrolled in the education system are at home. Many of them may never return to the classroom because for the parents, it may be easier to send the children to start working or to give them up to marriage. The income status of the caregivers and the parents has grossly been affected. Before the pandemic, Uganda National Bureau of Statistics reported that 1 in 5 Ugandans live on less than $1 a day. Livelihoods continue to be grossly affected. Because of these factors and many others, World Vision is launching into the deep to serve the most vulnerable children with this strategy. We are counting on the support of Government of Uganda and the partners to address these issues and many others in the strategy. At this point, I would like to appreciate the support we enjoy from government of Uganda, especially with the Office of the Prime Minister. Thank you very much, and we shall continue counting on that support. As the board, we will support to ensure that the strategy, World Vision, the promise to the most vulnerable, is delivered. We will continue to monitor risks and ensure that World Vision remains a good steward of the resources it has been entrusted. At this point, I would like to acknowledge Sanlam for the contribution they have given us. Thank you very much. And we look forward to the contributions from the other partners, especially the private sector. Please come on board. The children we train are the ones you're going to employ tomorrow. If we do a good job, then you won't struggle with your employees. So we invite you to come on board. So, as I close, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Board of Directors, I wish to emphasize the ambitions of this strategy are bigger than World Vision. We can only deliver with sustained commitment and collaboration with our partners. We would like to appreciate the support and partnership that World Vision has received from stakeholders for over the years. On behalf of the board, I would like to thank Government of Uganda, our development partners, the ministries, and all the other stakeholders we work with, and count on your support in delivering this strategy for the next 5 years. Thank you very much.
Round of applause again to Chair. She has alluded to a couple of things, and I just don't want to sweep this under the carpet. That is Sanlam. Dawn will be speaking to us, but Sanlam is in partnership with World Vision about building schools in northern Uganda. Let's give them a round of applause. Sanlam, that means a lot. As someone who believes in your insurance policy, I have now more reasons to believe in the brand. Ladies and gentlemen, now that you have heard from the board chair, let's hear from the district leader. This is one of the implementing partners. Like we said earlier, that World Vision works with the government at the different levels, and not only from the village level to the national level, we even have the district implementing partners. Let's hear from an implementing partner from the district of Agago.
World Vision has moved with us really as far as transformation is concerned. This organization came in the time when people were hopeless, the time when there was a lot of insurgency. There was nothing to do with child protection. Education was actually not there. The health system was very poor. People cannot even practice agriculture because people were living in the IDP camps. I appreciated the projects of health strengthening. Right now, as I talk, our people now know the health information. They know what they should do so that they stay healthy. Because World Vision has trained the village health team, and they have made that structure deep on the ground. Mothers do not deliver from home, and that one has reduced the incidences of mothers dying from delivery in the villages. We are greatly touched when World Vision gave us a structure of a health center, which is now upgraded to Health Center 3 in Pache Parish here in Parabon sub-county. Going to education, those days people used to study here in amalgamation. 5 schools combined together and they study in one class. World Vision started by giving us structures, the classrooms, and they even equipped them with the desk. They have built for us latrines and bathing shelter for girls. They have gone as far as building the staff houses. Even people could not practice agriculture because they were in the camps. But right now there is the project of livelihood. Farmers are being trained on climate smart agriculture. Not like those days when we don't know what to do. They are being trained on irrigation methods. We can plant even during dry season. We have access to improved seeds. We have access to in fact, this Vison fund. Farmers are borrowing, they're using it and they're refunding. Our community didn't know that children are important and to be treated with care. We registered serious cases of child neglects, teenage pregnancies, and nobody took care of those things those days. But this time, World Vision has registered and trained child protection committees in all the parishes. In fact, almost every village have child protection committee. Now with the household cluster, every cluster have those persons that look at the welfare of the children. As far as partnership is concerned, our community, it is now a normal thing that whenever World Vision is bringing a project, especially on infrastructures, we have to contribute in terms of land, labor, in terms of materials. We have building materials also, which we do contribute. Women carry water on their head with jerrycan, give at the construction site. Men go and load sand, building sand, and it is ferried to the construction site. When the water system in Pachi broke down, we contributed up to about 1.7 million. And we handed over to World Vision, and the community were given the receipt. And it was quite a great thing for our community to contribute after that much. Not only that, we made fundraisings for boreholes. Whenever boreholes are being drilled, the first people to show that they need are the community. We have community gatherings, we collect. And when we collect with all our heart. The problem is that community do not have much money. And whatever we collected, we place before our partner, World Vision, and say, this is the much we can get. They are always very grateful, and they said, okay, we shall take it from here. World Vision is touching us from all corners. Because in a human life, if you are touching the issue of health, you are touching the issue of education, you are touching the issue of livelihood, including water and child protection, then you are touching almost the whole life of a human being. So that is what World Vision is doing with us. I know the new strategy is going to be even better than the ones we have been using, and we shall really receive it with love and begin to use it straight away. I want to thank World Vision so much on behalf of my community and especially the people of Agago for what World Vision has been doing and is still doing with us.
Come on, round of applause. That is so deep. You can tell from his expression as a leader that World Vision does not necessarily give out projects, but it makes sure that the communities are self-sustaining and they're part of the bigger strategy and product. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to recognize the presence of our youth MP, Northern Uganda, Honorable Okot Boniface. Welcome, sir. That is our youth MP in Parliament. I'm saying youth MP because the Parliament is full of youths of late, but our voice, we believe it's being sounded well. And that said, remember earlier on we talked about Sanlam doing something great in the northern part of the country. Ladies and gentlemen, together with me, let's welcome Mr. Donato Laboki, the head of marketing and channel development from Sanlam East Africa, to talk to us just in a few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a round of applause. These are partner for the next 3 years. You're welcome, Don.
Just to make sure the height is good. Thank you. I'm filled with emotions. It's an interesting journey we've had. All protocol observed, I'll go straight into the substance of the discussion. Allow me to ask my colleagues to stand, Dorothy and Deborah from Sanlam. So Sanlam, why are we here? Sanlam is in 44 countries worldwide, 34 countries in Africa. And we do business in insurance, life, general insurance, and investments. On the CSI front, we work with the organization Sanlam Foundation, and we go out and support the communities in which we operate. We have mainly 3 areas: education programs, healthcare, and community wellness programs. Over the last 9 years, Sanlam has spent over $40 million in supporting communities combined. In that amount, so World Vision is one of those. Within Uganda, as Sanlam, we have a program called Sanlam Inspire Initiative. So the Sanlam Inspire Initiative is our umbrella CSI program within Uganda. So through that program, we are able to work with different partners. Because we cannot have separate programs running for all the businesses in Uganda, we decided to form an umbrella program where we combine all. And in that same program, we are able to donate to the COVID Fund, $75,000 US, and to Rotary Uganda, $15,000 US. And then within the same program, we partner with World Vision Uganda. And for me, it has not been just a straight line. I mean, they've been up and downs. At some point, Charlotte, yes, we met years ago. Lion Assurance was the first company I worked for, and it was acquired by Sanlam. This discussion started way back before 2017, and this discussion was started through a program which I would like to share, and perhaps to help you in your strategy. Organizations are interested in sustainability of their programs. For years, we donated to different causes. And we thought to ourselves, how do we make this sustainable? Every time you go to the board with the CSI budget growing, they get concerned. They say, okay, can you ration? And I was like, how do you get a program that works? So I came up with something with the team then that we support our clients. Because what I would tell the board, these are clients with us, they have this program, where's the best place to put our money? Let's give it back to our clients. And World Vision then, we had served World Vision for 5 years, and I was introduced to World Vision through Deborah. Deborah, wave. Deborah was account manager. She says, Donato, World Vision wants help. There's this program they are doing, and so we start the discussion. How do we channel our support to World Vision? It's not a bad thing to do, because the boards are interested in seeing sustainability. How can we can't do it all by ourselves, but I'm saying, one, they give us a premium. Even if you give them more in terms of aid, doesn't make any, I mean, at least they are with you. That's how we started this. So when Sanlam comes into the picture, I was so blessed, and so was World Vision, is that Sanlam was willing to give much more. So we are funding just over 500 million for the next 3 years with World Vision Uganda. I believe that's when you clap. Thank you. And this is the first of its kind in Sanlam. Sanlam funds projects direct. This is the first where we go through a partner. And I introduced the idea to Sanlam, and just to tell you, yesterday and today in Kenya, World Vision, your colleagues, we are visiting schools that we are going to support in Kenya. Through the same. So as I speak now, they're on road, going to visit some of the schools, and we are taking the same concept from Uganda over to Kenya, and Sanlam is very excited because this makes it very easy when we work with an organization that understands the space we are looking at. So just to give you some lessons in life that I believe inspire us as I conclude. Like some will say, it's not about how much you have. What is important is what you do with what you have. And then one thing I find that touches me most in life, this is what I call the puzzles of our blessed lives, is the little you have is more to the another. And what you think is more to you is less to another. What does this say to us? Is whatever you have, see what you can do for people around you. And I believe as businesses, Sanlam has done this committedly over the years, and this touches not only Sanlam as a brand, but the people who work for Sanlam. If we who hold the offices don't have this connection to the communities, we'll sign sponsorships for sports, we'll sign sponsorships for events, and forget that there are people who need our help. Thank you so much, and I wish you all the best in the next 5 years.
Round of applause. That is a private partnership. I love that. And I'm grateful that you took it up. Deborah, thanks for expediting this to make sure that it actually happens, that we have a regional partnership at different layers. Ladies and gentlemen, that is Donato Laboke from Sanlam. Now, coming up, let's hear from the strategy highlights and the overviews by the World Vision Strategy and Risk Manager, Yvonne. Let's pay attention to this. This will give us the overview of everything. Let's welcome Yvonne, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, Honorable State Minister of Youth and Children, Honorable MP, Honorable Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, representatives from other cultural institutions, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Thank you so much for honoring our invitation at this critical event. I'm Yvonne Nabasa, and today I am going to be speaking on behalf of my colleagues, speaking on behalf of the management of World Vision. I'm going to be sharing with you our strategy for the next 5 years. This is a strategy that we completed. However, due to the current state, we were not able to launch it to the public as soon as we would have wanted. But we thank you so much for coming today. And I'm going to take you through the highlights of what we hope to achieve as an organization for the next 5 years. So before we started developing this strategy, we first looked at the contextual background to understand what are the issues facing the children. And I believe by now you have already understood, even hearing from the children, that first of all, as a country, we are unique in a way that half of our population is a young population. So over 57.8% of our population is young. And as World Vision, we're a child-facing organization. So we are going to be looking to serving this young population and preparing them for the future. And what is unfortunate is that out of these young children, at least 40% are in poor households. And we understand that that is a root cause for many of these issues that we are facing. And as World Vision, we are very focused on targeting the root causes of issues that face the children. Another very interesting statistic about our country is that we are the largest refugee hosting country in Africa. And As of today, we have at least 1.4 million refugees in Uganda. And as World Vision, we are working with these refugees. We've been able to serve at least 450,000 of these refugees. And 81% of the refugees are women and children who are considered as vulnerable part of the population. And we have seen these past 2 years when COVID-19 came in and altered the world as we knew it and how it has affected the children. We see that the learners in primary school, approximately 10.7 million learners who are in primary school have lost at least 1.8 trillion hours of schooling. They are at home and they are missing out a critical part of their learning. And also another critical thing I think that we've had the children also mention is the rise in the violence against children and how the COVID-19 pandemic, because they are at home, many of them have found themselves having to go back into child labor. The young girls have been exposed to more, pregnancies, and we are not even sure that when schools reopen, a number of them may not actually be able to return to school. So that is just a bit of a contextual background. And when we go specifically to the sectors where we work, we see that there are still a number of children who are facing violence. You can see that at least 44% of girls and 58% of boys have faced some kind of physical violence over the past years. And then we also see that 16.3% of children are involved in some kind of child labor. And as World Vision, we are very mindful of these challenges, and we want to continue to work to address them. When it comes to nutrition, we also see that at least 29% of children are facing stunting, and 11% are facing underweight. When we go to health, we see that there are at least 43 children who still die out of 1,000 live births that happen in the country, and also at least 30% of children don't have access to clean water. When we go now to education, we see that as a country we have a lot of enrollment. There are a lot of children going to school. Most of the children go to school, but their reading skills are still not up to date. They cannot read and effectively express themselves in English. So that is also another issue that we want to address. So as you heard from the children, we were able to consult them while we were developing this strategy, and we wanted to listen from the children. We wanted to hear their voice. So we went around in the communities where we work and we gathered these children, and we sat down with them and we wanted to know what issues affect you. We did not want to assume. And you can see overwhelmingly, we have issues of child dropout, school dropout coming very high. We look at issues like lack of adequate food, and we also see issues of domestic violence, and also issues of early child marriage and early pregnancy. So these are the voices from the children, and we see that they are aligned with what we found from our assessments. Now, when I go specifically to talk about World Vision in terms of where we are now, when we've understood these issues as an organization, first of all, we look for where the most vulnerable children are, and that's where we go. So currently in Uganda, we have presence in 49 districts. And in these 49 districts, we are creating transformation through area programs. World Vision runs an area program which spans 10 to 15 years. So when World Vision comes to an area, they are not going to come for 2 years and out they go. No. We want transformation to happen. We empower the communities, we nurture them, we work with them, so that over the course of 10 to 15 years, with our partners and donors, we make sure that by the time we are leaving, transformation has happened. And you see that our approach is holistic, and you can see that our presence in the West Nile areas and in Karamoja region, where the largest pockets of vulnerabilities are found, is where we largely are. We also see that there are still refugees who come in from Congo. That's where you can see the vulnerabilities across the western region and some parts of eastern. So when I got to the goal, now let me tell you about what we plan to do as World Vision for the next 5 years. So as World Vision, we want to be able to contribute to increased and sustained well-being for 5.2 million children, and we want to make sure that of those, we are reaching the most vulnerable, who will be approximately 3.8 million children. And another very interesting goal that we have, as World Vision, we do advocacy work. We work with lawmakers to make sure that we are shaping policy for children. And with this work, we are going to be able to reach 16 million children in Uganda. At this point, I want to just reiterate and applaud the government, for example, for the recent bills that have been passed, the child sacrifice bill and the child marriage bill. These are very important bills that World Vision has been working towards, and we are happy that they are now passed. We are going to start working on implementing these, and that's how we are going to reach the 16 million children in Uganda through our advocacy work. So to be able to achieve this goal, we have set out objectives. These objectives are the heart of our strategy. There are 4 objectives, and first of all, we want to see that we have increase in children who have peaceful relationships in their families and communities. We want to see that children are well nourished. We also want to see that children are protected from infection and disease. And then lastly, we also want to see that there is increase in primary school children who can read. So these 4 objectives are the heart of our strategy. And to be able to achieve these in very practical terms, we have set out, we have technical programs where we work in these 4 areas where we are going to improve the well-being of the children. In our child protection technical program here, we are going to be working closely with the communities to make sure that we end violence against children, to make sure that children have safe communities and they are safe in their families. We want to make sure that we are putting in place structures where children know where to report violence when it happens to them. And we are also working closely with cultural leaders and faith leaders who are also very, very critical in this program to make sure that children are protected and they are safe. Then for our Resilience and Livelihoods program, I think we've already seen part of this. And here we'll be working specifically with Vision Fund, our sister organization, which is a microfinance institution, where we'll be able to extend affordable credit services to the communities that we serve. And we'll also be working towards empowering farmers, empowering communities to have more sustainable agriculture, their agricultural outputs, having access to good farming methods. We are promoting saving cultures, they are having saving groups, they are being empowered, and they are having financial independence to be able to provide their children with what they need. And for the health program here, we're going to continue working with the established structures that are within the government, like the village health teams, making sure that children, first of all, are protected from diseases, immunization is happening, we're sensitizing communities, we're working with mothers, we're making sure that communities have safe water, they have access to affordable health services, and we're extending all this to all the communities where we work. And for education here, we are going to be focusing on literacy. As I have mentioned, our children are in school, but they cannot effectively read. So we want to have this integrated also really within the community. This is a program that is not really, it's school-facing, but it's also holistic in a way that it comes to the home, it comes to the community. Children have access to literacy clubs, they have access to learning materials, and even now during COVID-19, learning has been able to continue. We've been able to continue supporting learning through these literacy programs that we have been running in close collaboration with our partners. So that is a look at our programs. And then this is just to again mention that we have made sure that we are aligned to the global agenda and also the national priorities. And we've been able to align our strategy. And as World Vision, we are going to directly contribute to achievement of at least 10 sustainable development goals. And very specifically for the National Development Plan, we are going to facilitate achievement of outcomes within the human capital development component. And you can see some of them mentioned there. Now, I will talk about some of the approaches that we employ to make sure that we are achieving impact in the communities where we work. As World Vision, we are implementing the household engagement and accountability approach, which is an approach that looks towards empowering communities. So communities are able to form household groups where they put in place leadership structures, and they're able to work together as a household to improve education outcomes for the children, to improve child protection, and all these 4 sectors are represented within these households, and they're able to work closely with the district leadership to make sure that they are demanding for the services that they need as a household. The other aspect is inclusive partnerships. As we are here today, and for all the members who are online joining us, we understand that as World Vision, we have talked about some of the coalitions that we have made, joining forces to end many of these, and understanding that we need partnerships. Similarly, that is how we work with cultural and faith-based institutions to make sure that we are achieving outcomes for the children. The advocacy and accountability framework is also very critical. As World Vision, making sure that we are shaping policy. We are working with law enforcement to make sure that laws for children are passed and our children have access to all the services that they need. And then I will also talk about the refugee, some of the adaptive programming that we have been doing in our refugee areas. My colleague had already talked about them, but this is how we are continuing to have more sustainable humanitarian aid, in the sense that we are now being able to have longer term approach towards resettling the refugees and working with them to settle. And now I will talk about our partners. Those of you who are here today, you're all here because we appreciate and we work with you to be able to reach the most vulnerable children. And those are the range of the partners that we have been working with and that we envision to work with. As you can see, we have government, ministries, agencies, and departments, local governments, children. Our children, you've seen Baraka and Wilder. We work closely with them. We do not do anything without them, and they are part of this process. The private sector, who are funding, as you have heard, like Sanlam, and we want to continue to grow that aspect. And then also community-based organizations, cultural institutions, other fellow INGOs, and also multilaterals and UN bodies that are able to support us in different grants and to be able to achieve our outcomes. And as an organization internally, we understand that to be able to reach the children, we are going to have to, first of all, to improve our funding to make sure that it's sustainable. And out of this, we are going to be very intentional about our local fundraising. As you have heard from our partnership with Sanlam, we want to have more local partners, and we tap into the resource that is within this country to strengthen our already existing funding from our already established sources. And we also want to grow our grant funding that is aligned to our strategy. As an organization, we also want to improve our operational excellence to make sure that we are delivering services, we are delivering more efficiently, and we are improving and we are automating our processes. And then lastly, our people, who are very important, the staff of World Vision, making sure that they are empowered and they have all the critical tools that they need to be able to deliver. So in closing, really, on behalf of World Vision again, even right now as we sit in this room, a family gets water, a hungry child is fed, and a family receives the tools to overcome poverty through our work. This is real, this is the work that we do, and we believe that this is not something that we can do without the support and the work with our partners. So we believe that the more we come together, the bigger the impact we are going to have. So to close, I implore you, and I reiterate that we are very enthusiastic about the future of the children of Uganda, and we know that we are going to be able to achieve this goal with your partnership and with your support. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, just to alert you, let's all join our hands as we welcome the Prime Minister of this great country, Uganda, the Right Honorable Robin Anabanja. Let's all stand up as we welcome her. She's our chief guest today. Round of applause as we welcome the Prime Minister. You're so much welcome, the Right Honorable Robin Anabanja. Thank you so much. You are leading this conversation from the government lane, and indeed you've supported this great conversation. We may resume our seats, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. The Right Honorable Prime Minister, now that you're here, just to take you a little bit in a wrap of what you've missed. World Vision has tackled the root causes of poverty through sponsorship and transforming communities. And earlier on, we got to understand that through the Children's Parliament, World Vision has placed children at the center of giving them a platform to discuss issues that concern them and finding lasting solutions. Children are the center stage as ambassadors of change to end violence against them. And in the same way, World Vision has partnered with the different government agencies and private entities. And for example, we had the LC3 in Agago district who works with the World Vision to empower communities for their social transformation. About refugees, which you're very passionate about, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, World Vision stands and will continue to stand with refugees to offer durable solutions and self-reliancy approaches and models in the different refugee camps. World Vision has gone ahead to partner with different government agencies, especially the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Labor, Gender and Social Development, the Ministry of Education, and the Ministry of the Youth and the Children. And this is not only a strategy that covers only World Vision, but it works profoundly with the government. Ladies and gentlemen, that said, allow me now to call for a clip from the Ministry of Education and Sports, and we see how greatly they are embedded in this strategy.
World Vision has made a very big contribution in our education system. In the provision of quality education, it has trained teachers. It has oriented teachers. And this has improved the capacity of teachers to handle these children, and of course by that providing quality education. But it didn't stop at human resource area. It has gone ahead even to construct schools. It has provided for hygiene in our schools, sanitation and hygiene in our schools by constructing toilets, by providing water sources. I remember they used to provide the huge water tanks, 10,000 liters, 20. So that improves, of course, the education of our of our children. The necessary kind of facilities, the necessary support is given both to the teacher and to the child. In 2020 March, schools closed and these learners went back to their homes. So when they went back to their homes, the bigger question now came, how do we reach them out to keep them in shape so that they can have hope that at one day we shall go back to school. It was a challenging moment, but by that time, of course, we had come up with some kind of a plan, which we shared with our stakeholders, World Vision inclusive. So whoever was coming to give us support was giving it in the framework of the plan we had come up with. So I remember we struggled to give out reading materials, and which were not enough. So we left a lot of learners unattended to, but World Vision moved in to support us.
Round of applause. That is how good the entity works with the Ministry of Education and Sports. Now let's listen to the Ministry of Health, given that we're still dealing with a pandemic. Minister of Health.
We have been working with several civil society organizations, and one very key civil society organization we have been working with is World Vision. And as part of our sectoral arrangements, private-public partnership, we have established platforms for the private sector, platforms for the CSOs, and other players, and each platform has a lead CSO. I want to inform you that World Vision has been the lead of our CSO platform since 2013. World Vision represents the other CSOs on the policy dialogue table for maternal newborn child health, and they are a conduit, a link to the other CSO. They take leadership, but also at the global level. World Vision has been representing us in the Global Financing Facility and other mandates and the partnership for maternal newborn child health, the global structure. World Vision has been very instrumental both in terms of dealing with issues of women and children, both health, well-being and protection, but also trying to link health and learning and education. And we've done several interventions, right from issues to do with social determinants like nutrition, but also directly with health service delivery. They've supported several health units in the country. They've supported both in service delivery, but also infrastructure development. We've had them refurbish and even construct some health centers in the country, and then they support the equipment and they support the human resource, but also the community components, the community health workers in those catchment areas. So we run a big spectrum of interventions, both maternal and child, but also both clinical and preventive services. And we also do some community treatment programs like ICCM, the integrated case management of malaria, pneumonia, and diarrhea in children. They've also worked with us on the HIV area, both in children, trying to prevent early childhood transmission from mothers, but also supporting mothers and orphaned children outside there in the community. We've also worked with them in terms of making sure that services are closer to the people through outreach programs, but also through child health days. They are also working with us in the area of human capital development, and our central program is on early childhood development, focusing on how we make sure that these children have a brighter future, but also centering on breastfeeding and nutrition for these growing brains of children. And I think that is very important because right now this is the biggest thrust for the government. If you look at our National Planning Authority, the biggest agenda, which is like linking education, health, and Ministry of Gender, is the area and the focus on human capital development. How we see the next generation, how do we prepare people for the next generation? How do we prepare the workforce for the next generation? So World Vision has been working with us. So in a way, they have supported us in terms of cooperation and collaboration as a link to other CSOs, but they brought in the voice for the CSOs on the policy dialogue table, but also they've provided services and helped us to ensure universal access to the rest of the masses, especially the hard-to-reach areas, where government may find it difficult actually to reach. The presence of World Vision has been very significant. And more recently, because now we have suffered a lot of problems as a disruption from COVID, the COVID pandemic, and World Vision still has been central, both directly in supporting us in areas which are most hit by COVID. They've provided tents, they've provided equipment, protective wear, support service providers, but also in terms of disseminating messages. We have been discussing the issue of closing and reopening schools. Again, World Vision has been one of our key partners in supporting us on making sure that we ensure that our learners return to school or they remain in school, but in a safe environment, but also during the disruption, making sure that students are able to access learning materials at home through either paper-based study material or through technology. We have a policy where we integrate our refugees with our general population, and World Vision has been supporting, not only helping these new people who come in to settle, to deal with their cultural challenges, but also make sure that there's a seamless flow, that they don't suffer from malnutrition, that disease conditions they find in our setup don't affect them. They do health screening. They've provided shelter for these populations. They've provided food and medication, emergency medication for these populations. And that has also helped us because that also has a spillover effect on our general population, because when resources are very few and everybody's sharing, when World Vision comes in, they really help us to make sure that there's no much challenge for the existing host population, but also making sure that the incoming population is well integrated in our system. So basically, World Vision has been very much in support of making sure that we don't leave anybody behind.
Round of applause. Thank you so much, Dr. Jessica. Now, in 1996, in Rakai district, while World Vision was doing its job, as it always does, it goes in areas and it spends 15 years in the area, a young boy who had lost the parents and was heading the family of others at a very young age, had, when they were saying that, waliwo okuwandiisa abaana ku Gombolola, and when he went there, the chairperson saw him, and because the chairperson knew that this young boy was leading, was heading a home, he took him at the forefront and he was registered. He was educated by World Vision. Today, as a journalist who has traversed this country, I've gone in these areas, and indeed, the impact of this one young boy who was educated by World Vision from 1986 to today, a remarkable man. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a clip and we see how World Vision has impacted and changed communities using one person, and the ripple effect is huge.
I'm Rondo Johnson Lubega. I'm married to Princess Agnes Rondo. She's my wife with 3 children. Rakai, where I come from, is the ground zero for HIV. And when HIV came, my parents were part of the victims. When my mother died, my father left. He used to come just occasionally. He married some other women, truck drivers. And then I started heading the family at 11 years. When I lost my father, the first thing, because we had very small plot of land, I had to, with no food, not enough food for us to eat. So I had to drop out of school for me to be able to dig in people's plantation, to be able to get food for my other siblings. And the little one was taking milk to get milk for him. To be able to buy other necessities for them, I had to get out of school. It was really hard. And that is when I call it my savior, World Vision came in. By the time I started with World Vision, I was in P4, in primary 4, and they paid for, I completed primary. I didn't do well because of the circumstances then, and then I went to O-level. They paid for all my O-level education, and then I did very well. In my school, in the 57 years of its existence, I was the first to get a first grade. And I worked hard. I was among the best, actually the second best in Kako. And then I went to university on government scholarship. Even after completing my degree, still my sponsor said, do you want more? And that is when I went for masters in the public administration. I have started several businesses. As I talk now, we are in 2 schools. We have already completed construction of a primary school, which can accommodate around 2,000 children. As per now, it is 2 years, and it is one of the best in the district. We have a medical center, which we want to upgrade into a hospital, one of the best hospitals. We have already secured 9 acres of land where we are going to construct. But also there are some other several businesses like a bakery. We have a bakery. This bakery has existed for more than 7 years, and it employs youth in the community that have failed to go to school. They are able to acquire skill. We also have a welding workshop. We have milling operation, where we buy maize in the community, do mill and pack. When I left World Vision, I thought I should also begin to support others. I didn't want just to be the only Johnson in the community. By then, World Vision was leaving my community, that is Kakuto, and I said, can I join also the team there for me to be able to support some others with the little income that I get. So that is how I started. The knowledge that I have in organization, the knowledge that I have about God, the knowledge that I have about family, the knowledge that I have about work, I all attribute it to World Vision because I saw people working for others, and I also wanted to work for others. We have more than 1,000 children because we also extend to government schools. There are some children that we support in 15 government schools, at least to get books to keep them there, or to give them food for them to be able to have lunch and study. I can't thank you enough for what you are doing, the sponsors, the staff, for what you are doing in us, because if it wasn't you, I wouldn't be what I am. I can attribute whatever I have got for the diligence and the hard work that you do in us. Thank you so much. Continue supporting, because there are so many Johnsons that you are going to create.
Ladies and gentlemen, Johnson, please stand up for recognition. That is Johnson. He's here with us, and he's the Executive Director of AIM Uganda. I have traveled to your area, and indeed he has touched life. One thing Johnson didn't I think because of time, it was edited out. When Johnson was not performing well, World Vision had to pay someone to till the land that his siblings can have enough food, that he can concentrate at school. So that explains his performance later in the days. Let's clap for World Vision again, ladies and gentlemen. Because of time, allow me right now to welcome the State Minister for Youth and Children Affairs, Honorable Nyirabatsi Sarah Mateke, to address us. It's a very great conversation. I'm sure now she understands even far and beyond how World Vision scope goes. Ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Sarah Mateke.
The Right Honorable Prime Minister, the members of Parliament who are here, the Country Director, World Vision Uganda, officials from the cultural institutions that are here, head of Bunyoro and Buganda, officials from the UN fraternity, members from the faith-based organizations, those from our churches, distinguished heads of partner institutions, members of the media fraternity, our children who are here, friends of the children, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to take this opportunity to thank the Right Honorable Prime Minister for accepting to officiate at this launching of the strategic plan, the 5-year strategic plan for World Vision. Despite her busy schedule, she has put up some time for us to listen to what World Vision has to do. We thank you so much. And this is a very clear testimony of her unveiling commitment and passion to care and protect for the Ugandan children. I want to take this opportunity to thank World Vision for honoring us to be part of this historical event. Right Honorable Prime Minister, ladies and gentlemen, as government and my ministry in particular, we continue to create the necessary enabling laws and policy frameworks to guide interventions both for the state and non-state actors in improving the well-being of our children. Government has assented to several international and regional protocols that promote and protect the rights and development of our children, which include the Convention of the Rights of the Child, the African Charter of the Rights and Welfare of the Child. Article 34 of our Constitution provides specifically for the protection of our children. The Children's Act, as amended, puts it very clear with effect from the constitutional provisions of the children and it emphasizes on the protection of the child by upholding their rights, protection, duties, and responsibilities as contained in the Convention of the Rights of the Child and the African Charter. Ladies and gentlemen, Right Honorable Prime Minister, as you are aware, our ministry has put in place a national child policy and its implementation plan, and it has been running since last year, 2020, 2021 to 2024, 2025. Indeed, it is very reassuring that the country strategy that we are launching today perfectly speaks to the plan in content, depth, and width. The strategy perfectly addresses itself into the 4 pillars of the National Child Policy of health and survival, development and education, child protection, participation, and systems strengthening. Right Honorable Prime Minister, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to sincerely thank and commend World Vision for the close collaboration with the ministry, especially to disseminate the national child policy and establish child well-being committees in various districts like Rakai, Kagadi, Kamwenge, Chikube, Kakumiro, and others. World Vision is on ground and closely working with local governments and communities focusing on the NDP3 priority areas. The strategy we are going to launch today targets 5.2 million children in Uganda. This strategy couldn't have come at a better time than this, when we are witnessing a very serious problem with our children due to COVID-19 pandemic. If you look at the statistics from Sauti 116, we have registered more than 5,558 cases of violence through the various platforms, and most of which you realize that most of our children have gone through sexual abuse, physical abuse, murders, emotional abuse, child neglect, and child exploitation. We, as we live in this world, the world is full of risks. At any time, a crisis or shock can hit a family, knocking us backwards and impacting on the living standards of a family. And those who are mostly hit are our children. Right Honorable Prime Minister, as we plan for this country, there is nothing we can do, and there is no development that will come to this country if we do not strengthen the family system and value our families. If the family is strong, expect a lot in a family. But if the family is weak, then expect a negative part of it. And those who are hit most are our children. We should put in place, as a ministry, we are putting in place a family policy, and we hope that very soon it will be presented in cabinet. And we pray that on top of the family, we already have policies to do with parenting, and we believe that if we come together as family, the biggest thing that is hitting us most, I heard World Vision talking about, is poverty. And of course, poverty, one of the things that has made it escalate is because we have a lot of differences and breaking up of families. If they would work together, would not come to that. I want to take this opportunity to thank you once again, World Vision, for putting in front the issues of children. And I believe that the future of our children is now, is today, as we plan. Because from the pandemic, what we have faced and what we have seen, we only pray that we have a future that will be bright for our children. As I conclude, allow me to invite the Honorable Prime Minister to launch the World Vision 5-year strategic plan, which intends to target 5.2 million Ugandan children. Thank you so much. For God and my country.
The Honorable Minister, the Minister for Youth, and my colleague, Honorable Members of Parliament, representatives of our UN agencies, the National Director and staff of World Vision, Uganda, our senior government officials, ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to join you today as we launch the World Vision Strategy for the year 2020-2025. World Vision is one of the most appreciated NGOs in this country, whose work with the communities and transformation of lives of our people is visible. I repeat, is visible and tangible. I personally have a long history with World Vision, me as a leader in that district where they work. Uganda, World Vision Uganda, from my home region, that is Kibale, Kakumiro, and Kagadi, and other places across the country now that I'm a Prime Minister, where your work has positively impacted on lives of our children, women, and men. In Kakumiro, for example, we appreciate your support in providing education to our children and water, health care to our communities. I have witnessed a number of classrooms being constructed by World Vision, a number of water sources which I have commissioned personally, constructed by World Vision. I can even mention a few from my head. I commissioned a 4-classroom block last year when I was the Minister of Health in Kisengwe, sub-county, and many other places. I commissioned a water source in Chikora, water source, piped water in the villages. So we really recommend you. World Vision, the vision and mission of World Vision of ensuring that every child has what he or she needs to have fulfilling life is indeed consistent with the NRM government's commitment to the welfare of our children. You have supported us in a number of things. I remember one day I was in Kagadi Hospital when I commissioned the handover of protective gears to our people. And that gave us really life, because during that time, my ministry, then Minister of Health, could not afford to take those protective gears to that hospital and the communities that were needed. Let me give you an example of myself. I think you need to hear this. Between the year 2008, 2009, 2010, I partnered with World Vision in Uganda, that was the Kibale cluster, to provide meals in my small hotel in the village. That is Hotel Classic. It is World Vision that gave me some income that I think was the lowest common multiple of what I am today. In 2010, I was paid 10 million. That was a lot of money for me. Which money gave me the energy to stand as a member of parliament. And remember, you know, when you were standing as a member of parliament, transport, hiring of vehicles, this and this, that money was from World Vision, and I want to really thank you now. And many other communities, by the way. I can see other communities that have transformed because they were supplying World Vision in my district, and that is commendable. So without you knowing, you made a Prime Minister. Yes. World Vision, therefore, complements government's effort aimed at transforming the lives of our children and the communities where we live. As we all know, that the majority of our people are young, with over 49% of our population below the age of 14 years. This means that as leaders, we have to plan, budget, and legislate with the children in our minds. I'm glad, ladies and gentlemen, that World Vision has and continues to put children at the forefront in their programs and advocacy. In February this year, like I told you, I officiated at a commemoration of International Women's Day celebrations in Chibale organized by World Vision. I was pleased by the commendable work as well as voices of children every now and then, calling upon us, the leaders and the parents, to do better, to think about them, to include them, and to protect them. Ladies and gentlemen, our parish development model is meant to strengthen and enrich families, because we all know that a well family translates into an educated, health, and well-protected child. In addition, ladies and gentlemen, our third National Development Plan and its component of human capital development focuses on issues that improve the welfare of children. For example, education, skills development, health access, immunization, protection, and even future employment are all geared towards improving the quality of life of our children. We appreciate and welcome efforts and interventions by our partners like World Vision. Let me say that I appreciate the approach of World Vision, which is grassroots-based and also aimed at improving the household incomes. Our collective effort should be to transform the lives and livelihoods of the 39% of our population who are still outside the money economy. That is an area I would like to see partners like World Vision play a key role. As I launch this strategy today, it is my prayer that the strategy helps World Vision to remain the World Vision we all know and associate with. A World Vision that is driven by field experience, not the air-conditioned offices in Nakasero. A World Vision that responds to the cries of every child. A World Vision that collaborates and works with all, and most importantly, a World Vision of prayer and faithfulness to Jesus Christ and to God. But beyond the strategy, I would be interested in hearing about the progress of its implementation, so that what we launch today does not simply remain on paper. You have my and the government's full support. Ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Minister, it is now my pleasure to launch this World Vision Uganda Strategy 2020-2025. Thank you so much.
Let me request the children to come and flank the Prime Minister as she endorses the strategy. She endorses the strategy as we launch it today. Walter, you will stand on the other side. The Prime Minister will be next to you. Okay. So this is the Uganda strategy. The Prime Minister is going to sign it with Justice Barak and Walter Namuyinga, together with the State Minister for Children Affairs. The strategy is meant to impact 5.2 million Ugandans, children, and is to increase children who have positive and peaceful relations in their families and communities. It will equally increase a well-nourished children between the age of 0 and 5, and it will then increase the protection from infection and diseases still of children between 0 to 5. And lastly, it will increase primary school children who can read and write. Just remind you that our World Vision is working on all the SDGs. That is SDG 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 13, 17, and the others. Ladies and gentlemen, it's official that it has been launched. Let me just request the Prime Minister and the children alone to stand next to the strategy. Barack. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, the Right Honorable Prime Minister. Thank you so much, the Minister of State for Children and Youth Affairs. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause again to the Prime Minister. She has committed on behalf of government and herself that she is going to make sure that this goes far beyond. But one critical thing she has alluded to, and I don't want us to miss it. One, she wants to follow up this strategy, let it not stop on paper. And given the record and the track record, Honorable Minister and the Right Honorable Prime Minister, World Vision will deliver to this. We as the media will follow it up and will amplify this voice at all the different stakes. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for coming. Those who have been a part of this conversation online beyond the borders, I want to thank you so much. To our great partners, donors, and sponsors, we can't thank you enough. Let's keep this conversation going. Sanlam, as our local partner, thank you so much for being a part of this. And those who have stories that need to be amplified, like Johnson's stories, let's be the Uganda that amplifies and creates more Johnson. I'm Andrew Chamagero. For now, I want to say that thanks for coming. We have come to the end of the launch. Be a part of this conversation, not only here, but even far beyond. Good afternoon.